Hello, everyone, and Happy New Year almost. Megan and I are here. We're a little bit late, but we're trying to get it so everybody's comments show. So I guess what I want to know is those of you that are on Facebook, are you seeing us? Because right now on the screen, you should see a double screen. One's got the sewing machine and one's got food. So we just kind of need a little bit of help to see if those of you that are watching us by Facebook are able to see this. So just give us just a few minutes here to figure out what's going on, and then we'll get started. We'll try and figure out so we can watch everybody's comments, because we sure don't want to miss half of you. Hey, we think we've got it all figured out now. So looks like we're good and ready to go. So hopefully you have received, if you purchased the pattern, I know you got that as your download, but you all should have received this handout here. This is downloadable for anyone. And this is on So Steady. It's on Westerly. And it's on my page, All Things Quilting with Donelle McAdams. So this is your instructions for what we're going to do tonight. Because remember, in the handout, I asked you, or I suggested, I didn't ask you to do it because you can just watch with us all evening. It doesn't matter. But I suggested if you wanted to sew along, you would need to go ahead and put the star together. So the star put together looks like this. And I'm going to be adding the borders to this tonight to show you how to miter those borders. And then at probably too late of a time to do anything about it, I decided that you're not going to be able to see if I quilt on that. So I have drawn this pattern out and I'm going to be quilting on it. It's not going to be the most beautiful thing when it's finished, but at least we will have something that you can actually see as we quilt through this. Now, the templates that we're going to use tonight is the oval set, and we're going to be using all three sizes. There is a small, there's a medium, and then there's a large size. So we're going to be using all of those sizes tonight. I'm going to be using the 4-inch arc from the sampler set, and I will be using the 12-inch straight arc. So it's got a straight edge on one side, and this is like the basic ruler that came with your foot control. Now, I've already been reading some of the, I see someone said they lost sound. I hope that's not the case. I hope you're hearing it now. All right. So what we're going to do is we are going to switch cameras. Megan's got a question.
So I have put up where they can purchase the pattern, but where can they get that link?
Off of the So Steady site. It's on the So Steady site. Okay, it's on So Steady or Westerly by me.
Is that the pre-class handout?
This, I'll take this off. These two pages are the same as your pre-class. But then after that, it looks like this, and it's all of the instructions for all of the designs that we're doing tonight.
I've got it. I'll drop the link in our chat.
All right, she's going to drop the link into the chat so that you'll be able to get that. So this is kind of going to be like if you were joining us for sure in our sewing room, because time got away from us. So there's a couple of things we got to do yet, like wind a bobbin and thread our machine. And I even need to cut my border strips so I can show you that. And the spool that I just picked up that I'm going to use looks like Miss Ruthie had a little party with it this afternoon. So I'm you know, you find this, you know, somebody's had a party with it. And so I'm just working on that while I'm talking to you guys. I know we've got people from everywhere, all over the place. Megan, I just realized I forgot to bring in the prize closet. So we'll have to get that. I've got that in the back seat of the car.
Also, if they make a comment and I don't answer it, just send me it again.
Yeah, if you have a question and you didn't see it, it's answered, just send it again and we'll get that off to you. So we've got plenty of time. We're going to have a good time tonight. We're going to be relaxed and have a great time.
I will say I can't get that downloaded because that comes off as a PDF. So if you want this, it came in the email that you got the link for this. So if you're here, I got it.
Yeah. Oh,
that's how I just got it. It's in the email before the link for this.
I didn't send it to So Steady, so they've never had it. So hang on, we're checking here. Maybe Stacy got it. That's the old one. If you scroll through, that's got recipes. Okay. The old one had recipes. This is just the same front page with new guts.
Oh.
Okay, so this is the same front page with new guts. All right, so I'm going to flip the screen over so we can take a look at the goodies we have. And I've already seen some of you saying that you had people in your family say that was some pretty good soup. So if you have, done some of those, the cookies there, Megan, just point to the cookies. Those are the cookies that we had made. And in the crock pot, as our little crock pot, it's the soup Megan and I salvaged. The rest of the family's eating the rest. And then we've got our Jolly Rancher tea, and Megan's thrown the Jolly Ranchers around there. And I know there was some discussion regarding those Jolly Ranchers because some of you didn't know what a Jolly Rancher was. So Megan's going to open one up there for you to see. It's a piece of hard candy, and it's just kind of a little sticky candy, I guess is the best way to say it. But of course, it melts in the hot tea. So we've got cookies, we got a little bit of chocolate, we got some grapes, we got some veggies over there. And I'll tell you what, the cats don't like any of that, but they sure have been enticed. So there's a Jolly Rancher. She's got it right there in her hand. Megan, that matches your fingernail polish.
We decided, in case anybody cares, we did cherry for our tea.
We did cherry, I guess, Jolly Ranchers for our tea. Megan decided cherry would be the way that we would go. So, yeah, I saw that Connie said on there that she found the handout on All Things Quilting on Facebook. That's probably one of the easy places to go to. Or you can find it on SewBiz Inc. It's on mine too. So it should be on Sew Steady, and it's also on Westerly. So it's a PDF. And yes, the first 2 pages look like what you've already seen. And that is just the repeat. So you're going to see the same first 2 pages, and then you're going to see the instructions that we need. All right. So
I'm dropping it now.
She's dropping it in there now. So there you go. Now feel free to go ahead and eat while we work. Enjoy it. Leave us some comments. And we're going to start today. I'm going to mention a couple of things because I know there's so many of you here with us tonight. And I think these are good things for people to know. Now, I usually don't clean my machine necessarily on New Year's Eve, but I am going to show you what I do. So I am going to be cleaning it. And on mine, when I touch the lock button, the machine knows that I'm going to be in cleaning mode myself. And I'm simply going to touch a button, and up comes my stitch plate. And so now this is the hook right here. This is what my bobbin lays in. And I'm simply going to take that little guy out of there. And I like to use a paintbrush. And so I just have a paintbrush. It looks like this. And I get down in here and I just kind of take that around there. I guess I had something that needed to come out, wouldn't you think? And so I'm just going to take that off, throw that away, get back in here a little bit. Be careful because you don't know. There's a lot of sensitive little things down in here and we don't want any problems. But look, even though that's new, okay? And I found one of these things and I'm going to have them up on my website. These are brush cleaners. And you just wipe up across there and it takes that stuff off of there. And then you just kind of take that to the trash can and wipe it off. But it's just a little, I don't know what you call it, but it's a brush cleaner and it's great for cleaning lint off of, or not lint, but lint out of your sewing machine. But obviously you could actually do a brush too. I mean, like a paintbrush if you wanted to. So I'm using that, getting back in underneath here. Anywhere I see anything, that's why I like the brush, because look how much that's gotten off of there. So I'm just going to take that and take it on my, see how it just kind of pulls that up and makes it all in a little ball, and then I can just throw that away. So I'm taking care to clean that out, make sure that there's nothing caught, because a clean machine acts a whole lot nicer for you than a dirty one. So there we are. We've cleaned our brush as we've gone. And then I'm going to go down in here And I'm going to clean out in there. And even like right around here underneath, just take the time to do that. Now, I will tell you, I say that with a big hesitancy in there. I will tell you what I'm going to show you. There are some repair people that would have a fit knowing that I did this. But guess what? I myself have and continue. I've repaired machines for 39 years. So I won't tell you anything that's going to ruin or damage your machine. I'm going to tell you something that will help you with your machine. So I'm going to take just like a straight pin, and right around this ridge, I'm just going to run that pin around there and see if there's any debris that's caught on there. Get that off first. You can see there wasn't. So I'm going to get that off first. And then I like to use what is called Tri-Flow lubricant. Okay. And this is just an oil that it evaporates. And I'm only going to put one drop on each side. There's one drop there and one drop there. And that's on the ridge of that area. So there's just a little ridge right there, and that's on there. And believe it or not, this hook area, that's called the hook, does not sit in there level. So that oil or lubricant worked its way around there. And you can see as I turn this, that goes around. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to carefully put this area that's open. And I know not all of your machines are alike, but they all have something that the bobbin sits in. And this little ridge sits in that ridge that I put the lubricant. And this is a carbon fiber hook. And the reason I'm telling you all of this is because after a while, this carbon fiber gets dry. It's not like it's dry. It's just, I'm telling you, it dries up a little bit and it creates friction if there's not a tiny bit of lubricant there. So I'm putting this area straight in there. And right here, there's a little stop. You can kind of see how that stops right there. And this needs to be in there, and that hook is fine just like it is in that place. And so now I'm going to put my needle plate back in place, and everything should be ready to go again. And so that's how I keep my machine in good running order. Honestly, that's the only place this machine gets any kind of a lubricant. Okay, so if you have questions on that, don't hesitate to email me and let me know. If you have something here that I can answer, I'd be glad to give that a shot. So I did get my needle changed. I want to make sure, did get my needle changed. So all I've got to do is wind my bobbin. So while I'm doing that, Megan, are there any questions?
Yeah, a lot of them are still trying to find the handouts. I've dropped them a couple different times. So be sure to, if you're still looking, to go up in the chat. I put the quilting instructions as well as the directions to get the $10 pattern.
The pattern is, you can purchase the pattern and it's how you make the star. The instructions that we're going to go through tonight is actually the quilting part, and anybody can have those. If you didn't buy the pattern, you can still have those. So I think because I saw several people posted their celebration stars today, I think that they got through the pattern just fine. I didn't have anybody contact me and say they didn't understand something. So it sounds like that went real well. As I've told you before, I'm a picture person, so that pattern was just full of a lot of photos, and I tried to make it so it was easy to follow, because although when you look at it, it doesn't look that complicated, because of those 8-point stars in the corner, there's a little bit of a challenge when you're working with that. So just understand that's why I put a lot of wording and pictures. So I'm using 100% polyester thread tonight. And my little friend is eyeing my spool again. So what we're going to start with is I am going to cut the border pieces for my star. And so we'll just go over there to the other screen and give us an area to cut out. Wow. Little Missy is definitely close to the area.
If they cannot watch the entire video, will they be able to watch it on YouTube later?
Yes.
Yes, that is a good question, Gail.
Now, Megan, is this mic on or do I need to talk super loud?
No, I just switched off. So that mic is live. The other one is muted.
Okay. So what I've got here is I've got my double. I've got it doubled. Everything is lined up. And I always like to perfect my end here. So believe it or not, Megan, I put away my rotary cutter thinking I didn't need it. So what I'm going to do here is I am going to line this up and just cut off that edge. Now these borders are 4 inches wide. And unfortunately, ours is wide enough. Well, I'm trying to work around the camera and you can see that wasn't the best. Unfortunately, our border is longer, so it's going to take a strip of 4-inch wide for every single side. So we got 4 sides, so we got to cut 4 strips. So just while I'm here, I have to just spin this around just a little bit. Ruthie, say hi to everyone. Ruthie, can you tell them hi? Ruthie. There we go. So as you can see, she knows to keep her distance, but not very far. All right, so here is my square. Guess I need to come back this way a little bit. And what I need to know is the center of this. So I'm just going to take my ruler here. And believe it or not, this is 4 inches from there to there. So I'm just going to lay that on that side and a second one here. So I know where that center is. And I'm going to do that on each one of these sides. And I am going to use the method with the tool that I developed for mitering borders. It's different than the mitered binding. But if you have a way of mitering, that's fine too. but at least give this a look-see so you can see if maybe it's something you want. All right. So I'm going to take these and go over to the other camera. There we go. Uh-oh, gotta use two hands on that. All right. Is that one muted? So now that I know this is the center, what I'm going to do is just take the center of this piece and lay that right on there. Do not stretch them. And what I want to do here is stop exactly 1/4 of an inch from this end. So I'm going to lay this right on here and get halfway in between that spot there. It'd be a good idea to have a straight pen. So you can see there I've got my 1/4 of an inch. Now for this, I am going to change to my 1/4 of an inch foot because it will make it so much easier. I'm going to use the same thread, but I'm going to change out my needle because this is my 90 top stitch, and that's a bit big for just piecing our quilt or joining the border in here. Always make sure that your needle is completely up. And tighten that. Now I'm going to show you how I do it 2 different ways. So I'm going to stitch from the center here. Oh yeah, no thread, Donelle. You didn't thread your needle. Okay, here. Got to go to the quilting mode and use the 1/4 of an inch. There we go.
I just found the link that was a shorter one for the quilting handout, so it's now dropped.
Oh, you can tell I've been sewing regular stitching. I do not like to stitch over straight pins. Make sure that all of your seams continue to lay. That's why I keep looking, because we've pressed some open and I want them to lay the correct way. And remember, we're stopping 1/4 inch away from the corner and back stitching. So I'm going to come up to this pin very slowly, and then I'm going to back stitch. I'm going to go ahead and cut that thread, and then I'm going to flip that over and come this way. But I definitely want to pin. I don't want to stretch. This is probably the first project where I have mixed, when I say first project, maybe first project I've written the instructions for would be a better way to say it, but where I have mixed pressing it open and some pressed to one side. Now I said I'm going to show you 2 ways. I think it's easiest just to do it this way, so you see exactly when you're coming to the corner here, but you can do whichever way you want. So we got my 1/4 inch, and now I'm going to back stitch and cut that thread. So then let's go to the next side here. Actually, I'm going to go to the opposite side to show you the other one, because it's a little easier to see when there's not anything in the corner there. So I'm going to go ahead and pin from the center out in both directions and make all of that in one time. So it's totally up to you which way you do it. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to start ahead of that, stitch a few stitches forward, and then reverse slowly to that pin, because I put that in at 1/4 inch. There we go. Oh, Donelle. Well, I didn't want to get that seam ripper out before 1 hour was up, but I guess we will. Fortunately, it's only like 6 stitches, but that was easy.
So the question has come up. You started in the middle. Why was that?
I showed 2 ways. The one is in the middle, and now I'm showing where I start on an end. So I'm showing both ways. You can pick which works for you the best. Either way, the middle is in the middle. All right, now I'm taking that pin out. There we go. Okay. And no, I haven't pinned the other side, but we'll get to the middle and then we'll pin on down. So there's the middle, and I'm just going to lay this out. Don't do any stretching. And now we're going to just lay out the rest of this and put a pin in down here at the bottom, which is a little out of your view, at the 1/4 inch.
So I'm sure you're going to mention this, but Katie wants to know, when doing ruler work on a finished quilt, do you find it easier to do it on seams open or seams pressed to one side?
It really doesn't make any difference. I like to press them to one side if at all possible. It's on these small little areas that I needed to press them open. So we just finished the And Beyond. Wow, it's almost 4 weeks ago now, but we just finished that. and we had mostly pressed to the side seams, very few open seams. All right, so now we're going to do this other side. And so what I'm going to be doing is starting here by putting the seam where that line is for the center. When you get a chance, Megan, I need my binding tool or border tool, excuse me. It's over with the tools. That seam there, I don't know if it's open or flat. I'll have to pin it and look to see. Looks like it's pressed to one side. And this one is too. And then I will be stopping at that 1/4 of an inch also. So on this one, I'm going to mark it with a marker. And you could do that on the other one too. It won't stop your sewing machine if you mess up like I did on the last one. Now I'm going to have to raise my foot to see if I got to it. Looks like I did. I don't know how many of you have been seeing all of those things on Facebook about organization and decluttering and all of that stuff. And I thought, oh my goodness, could I even begin? There's no going to be decluttering, I know that, but I guess I could organize. I can find about anything and everything. So, but you know, it's like, I want time to sew. I want to do it efficiently. But I'm not going to spend all of my time organizing it. Then I don't have time to sew. So when I went down to the store, to the warehouse, to get that stuff out of my prize closet, there was a lot of stuff to pick from. So you guys, there's a lot of things we got to give away tonight. So why I say that, when we pick your name, if you will send me an email direct, my email is on all of your handouts. So that, and you have to tell me what you want also, because that just makes it easier so I can get it sent. I do apologize. We can only send to the lower 48, as they say. It's just too much money to send it overseas. And I did, like I said, I apologize for that. I had a package the other day I mailed, and it was intercepted and added some extra freight charges. It ended up costing over $100 to get to one of our Australia friends. And that's just crazy ridiculous. That's what it is. So I hope that you got some fun things for Christmas. I know that I've seen several people showing all of their new templates that they got. That's awesome. We've got a lot of fun things planned for you in 2022. I can't even believe we're saying 2022, but we are. So probably by the middle of January, I'll figure it out. All righty, here we go. I'm going to put a pin back there because last time I didn't, and I didn't know where I was going. Well, where did you go, pin? There we go. You guys don't talk to your straight pins, do you? We have to. Somebody's got to tell them what to do. Always stitch a few stitches forward before you go in reverse. That will seat your threads so you won't have that nasty old thread nest underneath there. Because the threads, when you start out, they're ready to go forward and you go backwards and it just makes a big mess. So it's much easier if you go forward a few stitches first. I pin them and then I always check them. So I do have a line drawn down here after the pen. And this is something you kind of have to get used to on your own sewing machine, because when you're coming down here, some machines like stop and take an extra stitch and others take an extra stitch before they go back. So you kind of have to work with that. I can understand what you said, Janet. I see that she said she's bad. When she wants a ruler, she just orders it. And sometimes that's what you got to do. All right. So what we're going to be doing, I'm going to have Megan plug the iron in for me. And then I'm going to show you this. So what I'm going to be doing is I am going to be using my tool that I've all but pushed clear out to the back here. This is what it looks like. And this is your quilt right here. And if you look at it, I'll turn it over so you can see it this way. This is showing you the seam line, the raw edge of your quilt. And again, over here's the seam line and the raw edge. And this is the diagonal in the corner. So like if you had a half square triangle in the corner, that's where it would be. So I'm going to be flipping it to the back side, but I'm going to show you from the right side first. So if I'm doing this one down here, this border, let's flip this out of the way. If I'm doing this one, I would put that raw edge right there because I'm on, or excuse me, the seam line right there because I'm on the front of the quilt. That's why I'm going to go to the back. But this is where we know to draw. So let me go ahead and press this right here and here so it lays flat so I can show you. The easiest thing to do is press all the seams on that outer border that you just added. Just press those so that they go towards the border. One more side. All right, so you can see I've pressed it so it's nice and flat. I'm checking to make sure that my star points, I've not lost them on there. And now I'm going to flip that to that wrong side. And so what I'm going to do first is this one right here. So I always need to remember that this long pointy part goes away from the quilt. So I'm going to lay this so that those parts that I was doing right here is the raw edge. That's the stitch line. Same thing right here. I'm not using this one at all. And I'm making sure that this is laying straight. Now, it might not be lined up with a line like this is, but you can tell if it's straight or not. Even if it was halfway in between there, it's a relative straight line, and that's what we want. So right along here, and I have the manufacturers of this tool cut this with a scant quarter so that when you use a drawing utensil, it will be an exact 1/4 inch. So I'm going to flip this back, and you can see now all I have to do is take my ruler and move it up so that I can get the seam allowance cut also. All right, so now on this one, let's flip this back under. And on this one, remember this goes towards the outer edge, and I'm laying that right on there, right on that seam line, making sure I'm straight across here. And then as I hold this, I just flip this back. I can take any straight edge I want, and I'm going to draw that. All right. Now that we've done that, we're going to take a good sharp pair of scissors, and I never cut this ahead of when I stitch it, because that is the very true bias right there. And I'm holding, you can see I've got my finger underneath there so that I don't cut into my corner. And I'm going to take this one and do the same thing. Again, I don't want to cut into my corner. So that's cut off there. And then now, when I lay this together, I stitch from the point back to my quilt. And I do pin this. So I've got this out here. Be careful to not stretch. And as you can see, that's going to come right back into my corner here. So I can lay those down that way.
Jane wants to know, can you stitch from the corner out?
You can. I just find this is easier for a way I do it, but it won't matter.
And Maud wants to know, she knows that you're using the large one. Can she use the smaller one
Yes.
of your tools?
Yes. It doesn't really matter. You can always move it to make it bigger, and obviously smaller is not a problem. The big tool came first, and then so many people were doing attic window, and that uses it very well also. And so people ask for a smaller tool, and so it's the same thing. And you can see when you're coming in here where that corner is, And you can just stop and reverse. So now, when I press this, it's going to lay perfectly flat. So I can lay that way. You can see that this corner lays nice and flat. If you wanted to press it open, you can certainly press it open. Let me show it to you from the front so that you can see how nice that miter is. So let me give it a quick press here. So I'm going to hold that up there so that you can see it, how nice that miters and how flat that is without that little, I don't know, kind of a well. I have a quilt hanging on the wall over here that you can really tell where that happened. Now I'm going to do it one more time, and then we're going to give away one of those tools.
Oh, good. That was a question that came up.
Perfect. So if you want to...
So while you're doing that, can you remind them how that's going to go?
Right. So if you win the tool, you are going to send us your mailing address. Remember, you have to be in the US. So if I pull your name and you're not, if you just let us know to begin with, that'd make it so much easier. So what I'm going to do here, first of all, I'm going to show you this did not come exactly together there. So I'm going to correct that before I go any farther with this, because something little like that will make a big difference. And, you know, it doesn't really matter how many times you stop and start and whatever, as long as it's accurate when you're finished. So like I'm going to have, you know, another stop and start here with a back stitch, but so what? It's going to make it look a whole lot better because I didn't get that in the right place. And that's not going to be good. So you will let us know by sending us an email at let's see, sewbiz, SEWBIZ, at Indy, INDY, .rr.com.
Which I'm going to drop that right now.
And it's on all of those handouts too. All right, this looks a lot better there. All right. So I'm going to lay this like that. Remember, we're from the wrong side. This goes to the outside corner. And we're going to lay this, I've got it labeled raw edge and seam line right on top there. Make sure this is straight. And if you can see that up close, it's not. So I'm going to pull it so it is, because that's what keeps it from doing that little round bowl-like thing. It's so funny because after I designed the mitering tool for the bindings, I had some machine company educators come to me and say, you've got to get one for the borders. And I was like, I don't even think I can do that. And guess what? A little bit of work, and here we have it.
So how are names getting pulled for that prizes?
Well, it's from whoever's commenting here so that we can see comments. Are we seeing all the comments now?
No, I need, when we have a break or whatever, I need to log me in because they're not seeing all of my comments. So every time I try and drop something.
So we shouldn't give it away right now. Is that what you're saying?
No, I can see all of them.
Oh.
But they can't see when I'm trying to drop your links and everything. They can't see all of that. I don't know why YouTube's not playing nice, but.
All right. Well, after I do this one, we'll take a little music break here. And Megan and I will see if we can get that fixed, and then we'll come back and we'll give that away. We want everybody to see comments. And how do you win is making comments. Because what we do, believe it or not, our comment section looks just like yours. And we just scroll up and scroll down, shut our eyes and stop. And that's how we get our winners. Last New Year's, it took me almost 3 months to get all the stuff out because people didn't send me their addresses. So this year, let's make that different. All right.
Where can they purchase the tool from?
Oh, the Quick Easy Miter, the Quick Easy Miter border tool. It can be purchased from SewBizMarion.com. You might check your local stores first and ask for it there because it is distributed by several distributors, but it's not available from Sew Steady. It would be on my website. But I will tell you, once you experience how easy this is to do, it will give your quilts. Now, not all quilts need to have mitered corners. They look better with the boxed corners. But if it does need a mitered corner, you're going to find yourself absolutely excited to do them because they're not hard at all. You can see I'm sewing again from the point in. When I get down here, I simply pull both of those edges front and back and stitch up to that.
When you're done, they would like a close-up of the corner.
Okay. So this is what the corner looks like up close. You can see where I stitched my 1/4 inch to each one. And then this one I stitched back. Now I stopped a little bit ahead of time because it's going to match on the other side. So when I press this, everything's laying nice and flat there. Now I'll show you the other one, but I always get excited about little things, so I like to press them. But you can see when I press this, this lays perfectly flat here, and as well as this laying flat there. So it just lays really nice when you're working with your miters there. So let me press this other one. So there's what we have on that one I just finished. And with that fabric, you can hardly even tell I seamed it there, but it is mitered. And here's the first one that I did. So that's how we add those mitered corners so easily to our quilts. Now, it doesn't matter how big your quilt is, you can still miter those corners. This is the regular size. I always hold it up backwards first. I don't know why. But the smaller size is the same piece here. It's just cut a little smaller this way. So it's a little smaller to handle for those big, big pieces that you're using. So Megan, you got some music for a few minutes here. Somebody might need to take just a short break. Please don't leave us. Come back. We're just going to take about a 3-minute break here and figure out what's going on with comments. All right. Hey guys, we're back and we're ready to give that away. I don't think we cleared up any of our other commenting, but we'll do the best we can. So, who wants to win one of those quick, easy miter bordering tools? So, hopefully you've got your name in, and we will give this a spin here in a second. And remember, you need to email us your prize and your address so we can get it sent off to you. So here we go. Looks like we got quite a few people on here. I'm going clear back to the beginning of the comments and I'm flipping back through. And we are going to have Jane Tutton. Jane, are you out there? I guess we should say need to be present to win, don't you think? Because otherwise they don't even know that they won. So if you're Jane, make sure you put on there, hey, thank you, or I win, or something along that line so we will know. You got a list there we can write down too? Okay. So Jane Tutton, you are the winner of that. So we're going to take and go over to the other screen because we're going to layer up our fabrics to get ready to do our quilting. So we'll just take a second here and flip to that other screen. And now we've got some space to do that.
All right, see if that sound, we had a few that said the sound went away. So try it again.
All right, have we got it moved up? So I'm going to find the center of this. Right there, I'm just kind of pressing it.
There you go. Try that.
So I'm just going to press this right here in the corner. So I've got a space to show where that's at. And then right there, vertical, horizontal, I'm going to take my quilt batting and lay it right in that space. And then when I lay this down, I know now that I've got them centered. So as I told you, I decided to just draw the block on here. So you would be able to see everything. Sure, I got it on there.
So now just as a reminder, this would be what you just created.
Right, this is the same star. As you can see, the star in the corner, I've drawn everything. All right.
Because you could have quilted on that, it would have just been really hard to see. So this is easier for them to see, right?
Yeah, if I quilted on that other one, for you to be able to see it, I would have had to use white thread, and I just didn't think that was worth doing because that's too pretty of a fabric. And as those of you that have already made it know, that's a pretty involved quilt piece. And so I just said, okay, I'll draw it so you guys can see everything. Hold your nose, Ruthie.
They would like to know what kind of batting you're using.
I'm using Quilter's Select. Quilter's Dream. Sorry, I'm saying the wrong thing. I'm talking about the type of ruler. Sorry about that. Quilter's Dream Request. And as I said, I'm using 2 layers. Those 2 layers stick pretty close together.
You're only using 1 layer of batting tonight, right?
I have 2 layers of batting.
Oh, okay.
There's 1 layer here and 1 layer here. I'd already put them together. You can use whatever you want to use. So I'm going to fold that over, pull it up, and I'm working as I go to smooth that out. And I'm going to pull all of those layers, and you can see right there it stops because it's sprayed up at the top there. I like to use Quilt Basting Spray by Jim Taylor. You can see this is an almost empty bottle, no yuck, nothing around there. I don't get it on my fingers. Much, much better than anything else I've ever used. No sticky, no problem. All right.
You have had a few ask why 2 layers.
I just wanted it a little thicker. You can use whatever you want. Sometimes it's fun to experiment to see what a little bit of thickness will do. So I should now be unmuted, I think. Hopefully y'all can hear me. Oh, I'd never find that foot again. I saw a lady say the other day that she had cleaned up her table and somehow she pushed her 1/4-inch foot into her little box that has all of her wonder clips in it. Of course, I think she said she found it right after she bought a new foot, which is usually the situation. All right, so we're going to put on our ruler work foot. And because I'm using thicker, I may have to adjust my foot just a little bit. I always put my thread down through that opening. For those of you that may be joining us, I can't see who's had experience and who hasn't, but we have a glider on here and I have lined it up coming out from the needle this way and this way. And that doesn't really matter for what we're doing right now. However, later in something else we're doing, it might. All right, so hopefully you see the similarities here. This is my center block. This is that frame around it. And then to make my stars, I have my flying geese. Now, if you're not familiar with how to make flying geese, I had that all outlined in the handout. You shouldn't have any problem following that. So we have marked the center, and I have drawn with my 8-point crosshair. So let me get that so I can show you. This was laid down on that center, and then I drew all 8 points of my crosshair. Now, interestingly enough, I've drawn this all on here, but I sprayed my fabric first with Starch Savvy, pressed it dry, and sprayed it again. So when I'm finished, I'll be able to press all these lines off of here. They'll be gone. So let's look at that third page, which is the first page of our instructions. And so what shows here, finding the center, use the 8-point crosshair to draw the lines, and then you're going to rotate that crosshair just 45 degrees. So I've got it like this, and I'm going to rotate to this line that's halfway between those two openings. So I'm going to rotate it so that's on the line. This is dead center. This is lined up, that's lined up, and this is lined up. And the only line I need to mark is that one right there. Okay? So that's the only line when I rotate it that I need to mark, because we're going to do our center a little different. Because why would we take these classes if we weren't learning something new? So in my diagrams, anytime you see what is the stitching line disc, that emphasizes where the foot is. Okay, so I'll pull this up close so you can see. There's the line, and it's showing you that you're going to go just a bit past that line so that when the bottom of the stitching line disc is even with the line on the template. So what I want to do is I'm going to take this template and I am going to use one of my markers Nah, I'm going to get a ruler sticker. If you're not familiar with ruler stickers, this is a package of ruler stickers. They would be on the supply sheet there from Sew Steady. And you can just put those in your wish list or put them in your bag. So right here is the line I'm using right there. And I'm just going to put an arrow right on that. I think I'll leave those out because I might need them again. So what we're going to be doing is we are actually going to start here. That's why this arrow is there. We're going to stitch around to that spot right there and then all the way back to center. And what we just marked is where we're going to be stopping because we need to know where to stop. So let's go ahead and here in the center, let's pull up our thread. I got to show you because since it's a party, everybody came to the party. There he is, right there, watching what I'm doing. Megan thinks I'm crazy showing you my cat. All right, you can see this little blue arrow. You can see that line. So what we're going to be doing is I've pulled my threads up. And you can see I stopped right with that line.
You've got stable tape, right? Somebody just wanted to make sure it didn't look like you had it on.
Yeah, I've got stable tape
Okay.
on. You can see it there. I don't know if you can see. There you can see it.
That might have been it. It was just kind of a glare. So just want to make sure.
I may have to do this one again since I stopped. I might not be able to get it lined up like I need to, but I'm going to give it a shot. Nope. Okay, that's all right. I'll just start again. It'd take me a second to rip this out. Uh-oh. Bring me that prize vault. We'll see what we got in there.
That quite literally scared me to death, guys. Oh, since you were talking about kitties, look at this, what you have in your prize box.
Are there two of those or just one of those?
There is two of them.
There are two of them. Okay, so we're going to give away these pieces of fabrics. They're Monoluna, and if you're have ever experienced, this is an organic fabric. So these are two pieces on this and two on this, and I could give them separate, but I think you're going to need both to make something. And they do have little kitties on it. Isn't that cute? So I just got out of the prize closet what we got. So Megan, can you pick a winner on that one?
Oh, I will. So I'm going to scroll up and kind of just pick one up and down. I landed on Ann Visser. Ann Visser, if you're out there, you are the winner of our kitty fabric.
Now, Ann, I'm going to tell you, if you don't like cats and you don't want the fabric, let us know. We got other options. But you need to let us know now because we need to give this away. So I'll let Megan be looking for those comments. We did some holiday things a couple of weeks ago. I was on with Stacy, and we had some people say, oh, I've already got that. Give that to somebody else, which was great. And it just makes it so the fun is spread around. If you don't have some, or if you get something you already have, we can go on to the next. But guess what? If you want it, I'll give you something else because that's not
if you don't
fair.
Want it, right?
Yeah, if you don't want it, I said if you want it, M-O-W-O-N, want it. If you don't want what you want, I guess my southernness is coming out here.
Just a little bit.
All right, I'm almost finished here with that. So when Megan puts my brakes on next time, I'm not going to stop.
Some of you are asking if there's a delay, and we are noticing in one of our feeds that there's a delay. I can't tell you why because I don't know. So we apologize for that. I think that's something that is out of our control.
If we had those answers, we wouldn't be going crazy on this end. I'm telling you.
We haven't seen Ann comment. So Ann, if you're out there, please leave us a comment so that we know that you realize you won a prize.
All right, let's give this a shot again.
And this time I won't say a thing.
I don't believe that, but whatever. So I'm going straight to that center, needle down, needle up, foot up. And because I have a short thread, I'm going to pull this and then go underneath there and get both of those up. Foot back down, needle in that spot. Line it up, and remember, we're stopping when the bottom of the foot lines up here. All right. And then what we do, and it's as outlined in the instructions, is we're going to move to the next line. Make sure it's lined up back here. Make sure it's lined up here. And make sure you go to the right. Go down to where it touches. And stitch back. All right. I should have brought my new grippers. I've got some new grippers that are for this, and it leaves it in a roll. They're really cool, but I forgot to bring them. All right, lining up here and making sure on the other side. And I am going to raise my foot up just a bit because I find it's a little bit too thick. Much better.
Ruthie's cold. She's getting up in her fish bed. Sorry. So while you're paused, don't listen to me. A lot of you have been asking why is Donelle on this fabric, not the star fabric. And the reason is if she did it on the star fabric, it's too dark a fabric. She'd have to use white thread, which is really not what she wants to do. So she's using this lighter color so y'all can see the quilt design. Hope that explains it.
Believe me, I have done it before. And when we got done with the class, everybody was just so upset because they could not see much of anything that went on. And so since I don't want to do white stitching on that quilt, that's why I am on this fabric here. Those of you that have made that know that it takes quite a bit of time to put that piece together. And I don't want to just waste it with white thread. So what we're doing here is making it appear that our ovals overlap. And it's always fun to see if when you get back to this one, if we're in the right place. So I'm lined up back there, I'm lined up here. And what I hope is that this is like an exact 1/4 inch, and it looks like it's gonna be close, but close is good. And I'm going to just, because there's a ton of stitches there, I'm just going to do a couple to each side. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to bring up my needle, bring up my thread by pulling it up this way, coming back to this point in the center here, putting my foot down and dragging, or not dragging, but bringing up my bobbin thread. And when I bring that all to the top, I can simply cut that all off because it's secure and all of the ends have been brought to the front. So I will probably go back and take like 2 stitches right there, but you can see that that is a fun little way to get that overlap effect. So does anybody have any questions on that part?
Is the oval in the starter set as well?
The oval is part of the 3-piece oval set. It is not a part of the sampler set. All right. Now the next part is we are going to give a little bit more accent to this star or to this oval. And we are going to be working inside of this block. Not this one, but this smallest one. So we are going to be using this corner points. No, we're not using the corner points. We're going to be using the center of this. So we have to find center here and center here on each side. And you can see in the handout that I have marked that. So you're going to put those center points. So in other words, halfway between here and here is where that point's going to go. And I can tell you this is a 6-inch block. So halfway is going to be 3 inches. So if you have the centering ruler, you can go ahead and put 0 on the center here. And then just come out each side 1.5 inches. So you're just going to make a mark there and a mark there. Take that centering ruler again. There's my 0. I know you probably can't see that part of it, but there would be 1.5, and there's 1.5. I'm trying to reposition this every time so you can see. I'll come over to this side and that spot and that spot. So now we have those places around the outer edge, and we are going to be using the 4-inch arc that does come in the sampler set. So when you use this 4-inch arc, this is your 4-inch arc. And when we're using it, if we use this center line to line up on something, we're going to be able to get that going back and forth across there, probably without having to use the spacing gauge each time. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to use that center. There's my center line. And I'm going to come up to this point here. So I'm going to go ahead and pick one of these spots. I'm going to put my needle down, bring my needle back up. We will be coming back to that very same spot when we finish. So there's my needle. I line this up with the center and I push up until it touches right here. And that means this should be an exact 1/4 inch without having to measure every single one of those. So we're going to measure the first couple of them so that you can see, yes, that's what it is. So I'm going to come from here to there. And we are going to actually not use the corner. We're going to go by that corner, but I've still got a line that I can line up on. So I'm going to push this up to my foot, make sure my line is on my line. And you can see there, I've got my 1/4 inch. The thing that's a little tricky, it won't be as tricky for you because that's a seam line and you'll know to stop. Mine's just a drawn line, but here again, I'm bringing this up on that line, lining up here, straight on here. We'll measure because I know some of you have not experienced this template before like that. And right there, again, is our 1/4 inch. So it's like, I think from now on, no, honey, you can't have my spacing gauge. Somebody's trying to take my spacing gauge. Make sure I got everything lined up again on that line. It just makes it go so much faster to do it this way, to be able to use that line. So if that's new to you, give us a thumbs up so we can see that we're giving you some new techniques there, like a little interaction from you. And if you're sewing along with me, hopefully I'm not going too fast. If I am, let me know. With one more, I'm back to start. On this line, up against that foot. And we got right back there. So now what I'm going to do, sorry I hit that, you guys. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring up my needle.
I just want you to know, a lot of this is new to them, like what you just mentioned about the arc, and they are loving that. They had never thought of using arc that way.
Yep. And I'm going to pull this out again. This time I am going to secure it because I didn't want to stitch over it. So I'm going to go ahead and pull it out far enough, and I'm going to use my needle trick, which may be new to some of you. So that can go back there, and I still have one thread here that needs to go to the back. And so now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take all of these threads and pull it through that loop. But I'm not going to pull that loop down until I get my self-threading needle. And I'm going to put my self-threading needle point through there and then go right back to where this is. And before I get right down to the edge or to the bottom, I'm just going to pull it because I want this knot away from this edge so that when I bury it, the knot won't be right there. It'll slip into my fabric. So that's my self-threading needle. And I'm going to go right in this spot right here. And because this is a light fabric, I want to make sure I get down in that batting, but not through the back because I don't want that blue thread to show. So I'm pulling this through. There's my knot. And now I just pulled that right in. Pull this up, trim that off, and the end will go back in there. Now, it's starting to show why I wanted to use a double bat. You can kind of see I'm getting a little bit of a puffed look there. Yours would look a little bit puffier than mine because you've got some seam lines here that are already in there and are buried. Okay, now if you want to, I didn't put it in there, but you could stitch in this ditch. And I actually think I'm going to do that. So let me go ahead and get my straight ruler. It's not in the instructions, but I think it would really make it look good. And sometimes as you're doing this, you find something that you like to add. And There's no problem with that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my ruler here, line it up, and get my 1/4 of an inch. Now, those of you that are putting this in a ditch, you're definitely going to want to make sure that you're in that ditch. So here we go. Going to that corner. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to rotate this. You can see how that's puffing up right there. So, you know, even though yours you would be stitching in the ditch, it would still do the same thing. I'm going to have to call the police. I've got a thief.
The 4-legged kind, not me.
I know, it's the 4-legged one. Now I need to go like 2 more stitches. There we go. Line it up. Notice how I'm pulling? That is because when you have it, I want to show you how you would do it when you have a ditch that you're pulling the seams apart. You're just kind of pulling like this. Wow, I need to go 1 more stitch. Which turned into about 5. All right, here we go. Lay this down, make sure it's straight. And I'm going to do the same thing again here. Needle down, or needle up, foot up. Looks like I just started and then pull my bobbin thread up. Let's see what we got here. Yep. Megan, he's taking my stuff. Yeah, it's the same one. Okay, I want to make sure. I think he's collected my scissors. So I guess you guys can see how determined he is right here. All right, that goes that way. This goes this way. And my beginning thread is back here. So I'm going to bring it to the front. Look how neat that was. I was lucky because that could have been a mess. Boo-boo, you're gonna get in trouble. All right, now I've got all 4 threads up here. We're gonna take a loop. Pull out something else, Megan, so we can give it away.
Okay. Oh, I had something. Here it is.
Oh, yeah. This is a pack of Moda fabric. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in there. And this is kind of vintage looking. So I don't remember what grouping this is, but a Moda fabric pack. So I'm going to let Megan get figured out who's going to win that.
All right. So remember, to win any of the prizes, you just have to comment, which most of you are doing so fast I can't even read them, which is fantastic. Let's see. Let's go to the top and kind of scroll down, and let's go with Julie Chaplin. Julie Chaplin. If you're out, give me a comment.
All right. I'm going to do the same thing to this outer row, and then we're going to get back to what the plan was. So I'm going to undo my fabrics here. And on this one, I should be able to put, this is an inch apart. So I should be able to put my ruler on the 3/4 line, because 1/4, 2, which is a half, 3/4. And then this one out here with the foot gives it 1/4 of an inch. So I should be pretty darn close there. You would definitely be stitching in your ditch. I don't have a ditch, but I have it drawn out that's like I had a ditch.
Oh, yay. So excited for you, Patsy. She just ordered one of your centering rulers yesterday.
Perfect. Now on this one, I stop at the middle and make sure that I've got things lined up here, because I want to get right back to this point. And it looks like I need to pull that over just a smidge. All right.
So are we technically on step 7?
We are at,
Jan wanted to ask.
we are going to be doing step 7 here in a minute. We've done 5 and 6, and I said that I was adding something here, so I just have outlined those two. Then we're going to do step 7.
Good job, Jan. Way to keep us on track.
Yeah, I kind of got sidetracked with something else, and this is going to show in the corner a little more than I want. Yours won't, because you're in a seam, because you're stitching in a ditch. Can't believe I just did that. Pulled it up, pulled it back. Now we're good. All right. So there's my loop. It's kind of gotten small. It's okay. I can still put my needle through it. And I got to get it. If my cat would quit pulling on my fabric. Boo boo, you can't do that. There we go. Remember to get down in under the batting. Pull that in. So basically all I did there was stitch in the ditch, which it's not a ditch on mine, but it will be on yours because you've done this with fabric. Now, Megan, you're going to have to help me with the critter because he's not moving. There, he did. Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do here is we are going to do step 7, which is going to be another row of stitching right in the middle of this. So if everything's done correctly, our stitching should start on that line. And the way we would know where is to take our long ruler. And of course, you can do this same thing with your 12-inch arc. It's just that it doesn't reach all the way. And I like to do it so it reaches. And I can actually, through this color of the ruler, see it better. So since we want it dead center, I just hit my foot and realized it's not on tight. We are going to put it on 1/4 of an inch. We are going to set our foot so that that needle will be right in that line that's drawn diagonally. So we're going to put that needle down and bring it up. Bring up that bobbin thread. Put the foot back down and stitch down the middle to that other line. Rotate your fabric. 1/4 of an inch here. I hate to mention this, but it's because it scares a lot of people. But there's a lot of geometry in quilting, and it's your best friend. It actually is, because we'd already marked these lines to do our center design here. And now we're using those lines to know where to stop before we pivot. And it just saves us so much time when we use these things that will help us. So I'm right in that same spot. Needle up, foot up, pull back, get a hold of that thread and come right back to that spot. Needle down, needle up, and pull up that thread. Nope, nope, nope. Everybody needs a helper. That's why I invited you. Not really, Mr. Boo Boo. We scared Ruthie to death when I rang the bell a while ago, so she's not coming back around. Oh, she's watching from above. We have tall cabinets behind us, and she has a bed up there. Okay, that's enough. All right, so here's where we are so far, everyone. Yes, Megan?
Are you done with that one over there?
Probably.
I'm going to move it so the echo's gone.
Okay. All right, so we've got this center done here. Now, those of you that are free arm or free motion people and can do all that stuff, this would be a cool spot to do that micro free motion stuff in. And you might have taken a class with Ann Moore and she's been teaching you that. That would make this go down. It would make it real flat where this is sticking up even more. If I turn this up like this on the side, I think you guys can kind of see how it's elevating just a little bit. So that's the fun in using a little bit thicker batting. And this is not super thick. It was just 2 layers of that thin bat. All right, we're ready to do our next one. Now remember, these are flying geese and they're pieced. So this would be a seam. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to be starting here and I'm going to go all the way. And I think on the picture, I did it differently. And it doesn't matter whether you start here or you start here. It's going to work the same. So we've done this step and we're just ready to do this step right here. Okay, so I think I put end here starting on one of the corners, but then in the picture, it looks like I start on the side. So like I said, it doesn't really matter, but we are going to go all the way around this inside frame with an arc that's created with your 12-inch arc ruler. Now, I myself do better with this in this position. So that's the way I'm going to do it. So I'm going to put it right here in this corner. Actually, I could have probably just left that needle in and not had to tie a knot now that I'm thinking about it. And what we're going to be doing is we are going to come to this point right here. Now, believe it or not, there are lines on this going, since it's in this direction going horizontal, that I can pretty much use to keep this straight. In other words, there's nothing really here I can do that, but I can look at these lines to see that that's across from there. It really doesn't matter. You could do it this way and get the same effect because this is the same all the way around. Boo-boo, no, no. I'm gonna have to get the water out. Won't be seeing him again. All right, so I'm going to measure my 1/4 of an inch right here and stitch to that. I'm going to come down here, measure my 1/4 of an inch and stitch to this corner. So we're just going all the way around. Pretty easy to do the measuring on this. And remember, you would be landing right now in a seam that you had, if you did it the way I just did it, that you had stitched in. Now we're going to be back to where we started, but we're not going to cut this because now what we're going to do is we are going to do the same thing here to here and then there to there and go all the way around that way. So again, it's just like this. Right down here, we're matching that up. Stitch to that point. This is going to be a longer one, so it's going to be a wider one. So when you stitch it and you see, wow, that's pretty wide, it's because it's a longer line. And honestly, this almost looks like one of the templates that we have, and my mind is blank as to what the name of it is. So if somebody comes up with it. So we come to that corner. Now I'm just going to show you. I could do this way. I bet it would not end up where it's supposed to. So I'm not even going to chance it. Question?
It's halfway through. We need a prize.
Okay. So let's give away this cool pattern. It's called Queen Bee. It's 56 by 70. And there's Queen Bee 2 on the back. So you got 2 variations. Queen Bee and Queen Bee 2.
You want to know who the winner of that's going to be?
I do.
Debbie White.
Debbie White, you are the winner of the Queen Bee. You are the Queen Bee. All right. Let's go up to here because we're going to go here. So I would imagine that some of the people watching us have already rung in the new year. Nan, are you out there?
Some have gone to bed because they have.
Oh, they already rung in the new year and went to bed. They'll watch the rest later.
I don't know if Nan's done it, but I know a couple of our friends have.
All right. So when I was doing this, I drew my design out on paper, and then I go back and figure out how we can do the most without stopping and starting. And that's how I came up with doing this inside first and then doing the other part. There's not nearly, you'd have to stop and start 4 times if you did it the other way. So we're only stopping and starting 1 time with this. When she said you're halfway done, I didn't know what she meant. Now I just looked at the clock, so I do know what she means. I think I can do this one this way. We'll see. It's always funny because the feel of this is different because this is just a line, and on the real quilt, it's obviously a seam. So when you get there, you know you're there. It looks like we've got this one, and we'll be done with that. So I think we'll take another 5-minute break here. So we'll see you back in about 5 minutes. Megan, you got some music for us? We're going to take a 5-minute break. So we'll see you back in a few, ladies and gents. So we're back, and I brought along little Miss Hattie, my sewing friend here, and she's going to be our next giveaway. And this is just a fun little thing, paper clip. You can use it as a bookmark. You can do whatever you want. You can just stick it beside your machine and get a big smile from her every time you look at her. So anyway, who's going to be the winner of this, Megan?
Darlene Morris.
Darlene Morris, you are the winner of Miss Hattie, my sewing friend here. And so we will just get this ready for you. You notice she's even got her fun little puff thing full in. Oops, I'm going to have to glue it on before I send it to you. Looks like it fell off. She's got her fun little puff thing held on with a little gold safety pin. So there you go, Megan. Put that back away and we'll get that sent out. Now, the next thing that we're going to do is pretty simple again, and that is we are going to be stitching to outline the big star, because the whole idea of this is that star. It's called Celebration Star, and so we want that to really show up. So again, what a little hint would be is to take this diagonal here. Well, I'm not sure that's what I want to do. We're going to start right here in this spot, in this corner, but I need to be 1/4 of an inch away. So I'm going to set this here to give myself a little spot to know where I'm going to be at 1/4 of an inch. So I want to get that exact.
So as you're doing this, Dot wanted to know while we were on break, she asked, do you draw this out on paper first? How do you come up with your designs?
How I come up with the designs is yes, I draw it out on paper first. Now, there's 2 ways that you can design. You can draw it out on paper. And again, I mean, I feel like I've drawn this out about 5 times now, because since I designed this star, I actually had to figure out what size everything was. So let's go beyond that, because you have a pattern for the star. But then to figure out what I wanted to do with this, I drew it out on paper, and then I worked my, templates in there and with my stitching line disc so that I had it to the right size and everything. So when I laid this on here in my drawing, I was using my stitching line disc. So this is a stitching line disc right here. And on paper, you would just put a pen or a pencil in there. I use a pencil because then if I don't like it, I can erase it. And then that gives me the same sizes, because our stitching line discs are the same width as our foot. So that's why I use that stitching line disc. Okay. And like I said, sometimes when I'm designing, I'm just drawing it on there, and then I go back and try and figure out, because in this case, I drew these like this. So every time I would have had to stop. Well, then I looked at it and I thought, well, I can do this in one pass if I go all the way around this inside and then go all the way around on the outside. I'll do the whole thing and have one place to start and stop. So yes, that's the way I do that designing. Now, another way is, Megan, right around the corner is my quilter's view paper. It's down on the bottom there on the floor, right behind my Go cutter here. It's on a core board. There's 2 pieces of core board in there. There you go.
She made that sound so easy, but it was like looking around a corner.
She teaches 5th grade. She can look around corners. So in this case, I've got a core board here. This comes off. It's drawn on there with a marker pen. But you can peel this back, and you could put your block in there like this. And then you can lay this over, and you can design right on top of it. So you can see on that block, I was doing some of the same kind of thing, by designing right on top of it. So this makes it easy to actually not have to draw it out. And so I'm just going to get a little piece of my, here we go. This will just wipe right off. Well, this one won't. Evidently, I've got to use something with that. I used the wrong marker. But anyway, they will wipe off. This comes on like a 25-yard roll or 25-foot roll. And I just cut off a piece of it and put it on here. And if you want to make it so you don't lose your design, you're just going to use a permanent marker instead of one that comes off. So you're going to get that a piece of the, just like a Clorox wipe for me, honey. So I can show them how this works. So what I normally do with this core board to get this to hold everything in place so it's not going to be moving all the time on me is just take your pens and put a couple in so that they hold your design from going anywhere. Because your core board is kind of thick, so it'll hold that in place so I don't have to, worry about that moving. And then I can take my template, and so let me dry that off since it's still wet. And we have pens from Sew Study. You may not have even known they're a pen that you can use on your table if you wanted to draw out a design. You can do that. But these pens fit inside. So let's just say I was going to do that same thing right here that I just did. I would lay this on here. Well, that was crazy.
Hold on. They can't see what you're doing.
Oh, well, then that's good. You didn't see me do crazy. So now I can just draw this around here. I can move it.
There you go.
Line this up again like I need to. And draw again. So you can draw right on top of that. And again, this will all come off if you want it to. If you want to keep it, then do it with permanent marker. But these pens also come from Sew Study. They're an erasable pen for acrylic surfaces. So like I said, you can use it on your table and it'll come right off. But this just makes it easy when you're designing something and you don't want to have to recreate. And let's say, again, this is like a 12-inch block. So this allows me to do my creating right on top of the block.
So the disc you're using is called?
This is a stitching line disc.
And the paper you're using is called?
I think it's called Quilter's Preview paper. That's available from a lot of quilt stores, or it's on my website also. And you can see I just used some duct tape over here on the side to put it onto my core board. So it's kind of like those old erasable things we had so that you can, flip it back. But I've got that underneath there. And I can design, I can erase, I can, keep it, I can do whatever. And it allows me to see what it's going to look like, in this case, right on my actual quilt block. So otherwise, I do design on paper. So that's just a little fun hint or tip that when I was working with all of the blocks, those of you that took the middle one, I can't even think now. Megan, what was my middle group called?
Next Steps.
Next Steps. Yeah, the Next Steps class. This is the way I designed all of those. I put the blocks in here and then did my designing on top of it. So makes it easy, makes it nice. We're going to have a...
Don't forget to move your screen back.
I won't. Okay. So back to what we were doing. And I love those questions, you guys, because that gives me opportunity to show you more things.
I'm afraid Ruthie decided to taste your soup. So.
Oh, well, then it's Ruthie's soup now. All right. So here's my spot where I need to put this. So I'm going to put that needle down there. You can see my foot is right against this line, which is where I'm going to be putting my template. pull up that foot. Back down in that spot. And I will need to stitch out beyond so that it comes along, so it's going to have a place over here. So for me to figure out what that's going to be, I'm going to, at least for the first one, I'm going to mark a line, because then after that, I'll have the hang of it. So this is where the stitching will be. Okay, so I'm going to stitch that up until it touches this, because then I'm going down that way. So I'm lining this up right on the line, or in your case, it's a seam, and I'm stitching to that point. I'm going to turn this. And now I'm on this line right here, and I'm going to stitch down until my foot touches the line going in the other direction, right there. You can already see how this is giving some emphasis to our star. So I need to come so I'm 1/4 of an inch past that line. And I can see where the front of my foot is. And there's the back. Now, I'd rather go too short than too far. It looks like I got it just right. So good deal. I'm coming in until my foot touches that line. Looks like I got just a bit more to go. So let's just go over this way. Well, that looked a little bit crazy. Hopefully it didn't mess up as much as it looked like it did. Well, it did. When you're coming down like this, it's when it touches the line. Now, I honestly think it's easier on this to know where to come to by placing this on the first line, because we don't have a stitching line disc. We're not using a stitching line disc. And I'm just going to draw this because it'll come out and I'll know where to stop. If you're new to ruler work, just getting the hang of that, where's the 1/4 inch, is the first part that can give you some frustration. I say that from experience, because it's like you're constantly thinking, is it on that side? Is it on this side? How do I allow for that? Megan's favorite part of this whole thing is the little stars in the corner. So I think you're going to really like the way we do those.
Is that next?
No.
Oh. You get me all excited.
We're almost there.
I'm trying to watch, but I got lots of comments, so I'm trying to keep up with all everybody's awesome questions.
You got anything you want to share with me?
Hold on. There is a question. I don't know if you have an answer, but Carol wanted to know, are you working on another class that would be like after Beyond?
Yes.
See, I told you she was. You often did you come up with them in your sleep? And I told them that's partly true.
Come up with them when I can't sleep. I just want to go one stitch.
Rosemary, we can totally do that. She's having a little trouble visualizing this on the quilted piece that you did. So when we're all done, we'll put them side by side so you can kind of see some of that here.
Yeah, and this is all drawn to scale. And we're almost back to my start spot.
Oh, Amanda asked a great question. How do they learn about where the classes are, what classes are available? So if we've got anybody who's new, where can they find out about all that education?
You know what? I wish I had I just did a new business card, and on the back I listed all of those places. So I'm going to try and tell you here while I'm doing this. You can go to, obviously, Sew Steady on Facebook. You can go to Westerly by Me on Facebook, and that's Westerly as in the templates, by BY Me. You can go to, I have classes on YouTube, Template Quilting with Donelle McAdams. And there's also the university. And the university is on sewsteady.com. That's a web page. There are a bunch of free classes, and there are others that are classes that you pay for. And I will tell you, you can go through and you can see about the educators and all the different stuff there, and you will learn so much. I even take classes on the university because I don't know how to do all of those other things. You know, everybody's got their things they teach and the things they do well. Feathers sometimes can be hard for me, so I'm trying to learn more from the other educators that do feathers very, very well. And so you guys have taken classes probably from many of the other educators. And so what do you want me to do?
They want to flip it over so they can see
Oh,
the design
okay.
without the lines while you're talking.
Okay. But those are the places that I would tell you to go. Oops, I got one thread here.
Oh, so Amanda asked, what's a really good starting class? So the best starting class is from March 18th, 2020. It's on, let's see where it's at.
It's on Sew Steadies.
And it's the like one of the very first ones. So you're gonna have to scroll for a while.
It's called Let's Get Started.
That is where you want to go, because that takes you from very beginning, opening the
foot. It teaches you how to put the foot on and everything. So that was a good idea to turn it over so you guys can see what this looks like from the other side. You can see our star is outlined now. And this would look the same as what your back would look because of the fact that obviously you're going to have a plain backing.
The ones inside the triangles, you said it looked like something. A lot of them are saying it looks kind of like the bell curve.
Yes.
Is that it?
Flying bell curve.
The flying bell curve.
Yes, that's what it was. This looks like the flying bell curve. You're right. Okay. So let's flip this over. And we are going to do the design that goes right here next. So we just finished number 12. Wow, that went to 13. Oh, because it's in different order. That's already been done. No, there's one more. That's right. Sorry. So we are not going to that area yet. We are going to go to 13. So we're going to use that arc again. And we're going to make a smaller design of a triangle inside what's already there. Now you might think this looks hard to do, but it's really very easy. And the reason it's easy is because where we're going to start, we're going to set our foot down and we're going to come to the spot where it's touching the back there and it's touching right here. Okay, so where it touches there, that's your corner. Put your needle down in, bring your needle up, pull out your thread. Put that needle back down in that spot. Then you're going to line up your template on your stitching. So it's lined up right on that stitching. So we're going to stop when it's around. So watch real close here. We're going to stop when that foot touches right there. So it's touching that line. So then all I have to do is the same thing, repeat it here. Now I'm going to have to turn it so you can see what I'm doing. But when this comes back here and touches, I'm in the right spot. And when I come over here, I want to get this out of the way because I'm going to come right to there and stop. I'm going to bring up the thread. And pull this out through there, just like I've done on everything else. And I don't believe I did that again. I forgot to cut my thread. Well, let's try it again. I know it's already cut from the needle, but I'm just trying to get the bobbin thread up. There we go. All right. So I'm going to make my knot. Get my needle. I have my needle on a magnet right up here on the light above me. And I can remember about 4 months ago, we took a little tour of my sewing area and I showed you my nice big light. I finally found those and got them back in stock. So if you have, maybe you got a gift certificate, not certificate, but you got a gift of some money and you want to get one of those, that would be a great gift to yourself. And it's a light that hooks onto your sewing table or whatever. And then it has a nice big goose lamp, like gooseneck, I should say. And that's where on that bar coming out to my light, I hook all of my little magnets. And some of you are familiar with the halos that hold things, and I stick those on there. So a lot of different things that you can do, but those lights are by Daylight. If you're not familiar with the company, it's very good lighting. I don't get paid by any of them to advertise, but I will tell you I like it much better than I ever did my Light. All right, we're going to put that right beside there. Go to the corner when it touches that line. Line this up, and I'm turning this only so I can see it because I want to wait and be able to touch it right there. Now that didn't meet exactly, so what I'm going to do is find out why. Can you see it right there? Evidently, I didn't hold it in the right place. So here's what I'm going to do. I cut that, but I'm not going to break these threads up, and these will be long enough to be able to secure them. Now, it might take me a few seconds longer to get it going because I don't want to break any of those threads.
Tell us again the name of your light.
It is by Daylight.
Okay.
Wish I'd have brought one home to show them.
And the name of the scissors you're using?
I've picked up so many different ones.
The ones you're using? Oh,
I'm using a seam ripper right now. I like my little, I started to say ugly duckling, but I have my little 4-inch duckling scissors. They're like a little applique scissor.
And then you've mentioned halos a couple times, so you might want to demo or show us what those are.
Yeah, and I can't find one that's not on the thing, so we might just have to do a little tour tonight. Do you want to do that right now while I'm taking this out?
We'll try.
Can you do it with this one?
Yep. I think so. Gonna be a little rocky, guys. Give me a second.
She's going to show you the light and the halos.
Oops, not my finger. There's the light.
It's got a nice big adjustable blade-like light here. Those are LEDs.
And you can see all of Donelle's decorations on here.
There are 3 different illuminations. So you don't have to have it super bright, but I absolutely love it. This is how I keep, this is a magnetic thing is available. And this is how I keep my echo guides together. This is a halo right here, and you can see them all along there. And the thing that's cool about them is they adjust to anything, and they'll just hold things in place. Like right there is where I usually have my chalk marker, but I evidently didn't put it back in there. So anyway, my chalk marker, my seam ripper, I've got a couple more halos down here. This is my magnetic piece that if I lose my pens on if you've never seen this, this is so that if you lose your pens, you can pick them up, but then when you get to your pen cushion, you just pull this up and they let go. They go right onto your pen cushion. So that's a nice thing too. So there's a little tour of my light.
Just sounds kind of funny.
Yep. So I've got that back to there, and I'm going to pull this thread up. So I've got 2 long threads here, and I'll start there also, and then I'll tie them with the other ones because for some reason I got off track. But see, since I've got a long enough thread to tie, now that I ripped it out and didn't break it, I'm good to be able to start right there again by pulling up a thread. I have to tell you what happened to me the other day. I tell people not to do this, and I did it. I wound some thread on top of some other thread, a different color. Yeah. And so what happened was, one thread emptied and the other one just came right on up and started stitching again. Was not fun, guys. Was not fun. So now that I've got that correct, I was able to get my threads to meet here. So on this one, I'm going to have 2 to tie. All right. And the thing that's nice about this, if you do this, as you go and keep track of it, then your back side is as good looking as your front side. Because, sometimes if we forget to tie and just put it aside, maybe don't do it right then, those threads get caught in with something else. And then there you are with something that you don't like the looks of. Just reaching underneath there to make sure that I don't have any. Those are those little duckling scissors. That I don't have any threads going through the back. Pull that knot through and nobody will know the difference. I like to try as best I can to not have an obvious start and stop position. Sometimes there's just no other way. Now this is that short thread, so I may have to work a little bit with it. Just because it was short. Play nice now, come on. Okay, I got just a little tiny loop. And one thread just did not tie down, so let's get him tied down.
So Jan says when she's using her side threading needle, she always loses the threads when she's trying to bury them. How do you keep from losing the tails?
Sometimes I do lose the tails. I have found if I use the smallest needle that I can use so that the opening is smaller, that does help. But I don't know if you noticed the very first one that I did tonight, I lost the tail. I had to go back and pull it through. But there we go. Even though we had a little blip, we got her fixed. Probably gave some people some time to catch up if they're stitching along. Give this a shot again. So come in here where it's going to touch here and on the back, right along the back there. Needle down, needle up. Do your very best to get it right back in that same spot. Line that up and stitch until it touches right over here. I was reading some things on Facebook today. Well, I don't know if it was today or not. I think it was. But it was about the tradition of having corned beef and cabbage on New Year's for good luck. And somebody was saying, well, how'd that work for you last year? You think you'll be doing it again this year? Meaning, and 2021 was another crazy year for most everyone. I just always look for the bright side. Again, this would be a cool place if you were a free motioner to do some free motion in there if you wanted to. Now, I don't know if I think what I'm going to do, you guys, is you know what I'm doing here. I've only done 3, so that means I got 5 to go. I'm going to go ahead and skip that for right now. If we have time, we'll come back and do that. And now we're going to do the design that goes in here. And so what we need to do is right here at yours is a seam. Mine is just a line. But what we want to do is use our center point there and there to mark a line right there. So let's go ahead and mark that line. I am using Frixion pens. They will all iron off. And at this point, we're going to get our 8-point crosshair grid. Put that right on there. Mark this one, that one's already marked because it's a seam. This is a seam there and one here. Looks like I wasted my time with that marker. Find another one. Try this again. All right. So we are going to use first, we are on, let's see. Gosh, I'm skipping around. We're going to skip around, you guys. We are going to number 20 first. Okay. So we have just drawn the center line. We'll go back to 15 in a minute. We have just drawn the center line here. And what we're going to be doing is doing 4 of the medium size ovals on the pluses. And then we'll do 4 small ones on the X part. So this is pretty routine for what you guys have done in the past, most likely. So the thing we just need to remember is we're doing the plus and then we'll do the X. So we're going to make sure I got it turned the right way here. This is the medium size. I want to come right to this center point. We're going to pull that foot up and get that thread. I'm going to line this up right here and right back there on the center. Okay, that's lined up right back there on the center. I'm going to just pull it straight forward. It's lined up here. Now I'm going out to the side. Keep that thread out of the way. Make sure you line up on both sides. Otherwise, you won't get the design you want. Now, this is where the gates come in, okay? So I'm going to take this gate out of here so that I can then take that template out. Wow, that must be the first time I've taken that gate out. It didn't want to come. This is my smaller one. I've already used it in the middle there. So it's got a sticker on it that we don't need to worry about right now. And I'm going to do the X's. And again, I'm lining up back here and out here. And the reason for that is you want these little overlaps in the center to be symmetrical if you can. Now you could have done all of them with the medium if you wanted to. I was just mixing it up a little bit here. You could even figure out and do the same design. I'm going to cut those threads because they're getting in the way. You could even do the same design with the bigger one that we did in the center if you wanted. She got into the prize closet, you guys. I think it's time.
I don't have the bell. She took that responsibility away from me.
Oh, I took the bell from you?
You did.
I'm getting these threads out of here just a second. You notice I'm keeping one hand on my template. So here goes. What do you got for us, Megan?
I have a book that I think everybody needs.
This is like the grand prize, guys, okay?
Oh, I'm sorry.
She pulled out the grand prize, and that's okay. And I was like, oh, I love this book. Maybe I want to keep it. But no, I'm going to give it away. It is Scraps Plus One. It's a scrap therapy book. And this is a $25 book. And it has all these cool quilts in it. And I think it's mainly from your stash. So this is a super cool. So if you're not awake, wake up, wake up, wake up. I love this one. You can see it right there. So there's a lot of fun, different quilts. Look at this off center, set off center here. It's really cool. So here we go. I'm going to pick it this time, Megan.
Oh, okay, good.
I'm picking it this time. And around and around and around the wheel goes. And this is going to Jean Hart. Jean Hart, you are the winner of the scrap therapy book, although we all need it. So you are the one that's going to get first dibs there on the therapy part. So we are going to put one of these right here in each one of these spots. Okay. So I'm going to turn this to this one here. I'll go through that same thing again. Get my crosshair square.
She's so excited.
I would be for sure. All right. Got this lined up there. Get a marker that shows out here, 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 there. Uh-oh, we're giving away another thing.
Yeah, I already got this one picked too.
You already got the winner picked?
I already did. I know.
All right. Well, this is what they call, I think, candy bars. I'm not for sure because they're kind of the shape of candy bars. And I think there's like 50 of these in here. And some of them are woven. They're woven plaids. So this is going to be something fun you can put together in a lot of different ways and add some fabric to it. You're probably not going to make just with this. So the candy bars are going to
Lynn Gershmanson.
Okay, Lynn Gershman.
Germanson. Sorry, I had an S in there.
She had some extra letters into your name, but it's Lynn Germanson. Congratulations. All right. Medium first, and then the small. So here we go. Needle down, needle up, foot up. Looks like quite a few of you are sticking with us. That's great. So we're going to line up again, up at the top. Make sure it's straight. Line up this line. And I'm just going to go back and forth a couple times there so that when I come around and move down to the bottom of this, I'll be able just to cut those threads out and not worry about them. Line up there. I can't stand that, you guys. So, Donelle, what are you going to do? Well, for some reason, the thread broke and I got this crookedness here. So let's raise this foot up and see what happened. So since that's overstitched there, I'm trying to think, what do I got to do? I'm going to have to tie this off, so I hope I got enough thread. And I know that a couple of you have even told me you like seeing this happen because when it happens to you, you don't know what to do. And, you know, it gets frustrating, but don't let it frustrate you to the point of getting frustrated with your tools and then ripping your fabric and all of that. It's not worth it. Don't sweat the small stuff. All right, so I've only got a little tiny thread there, and I'm pulling up the bobbin thread. Gonna take a needle for that. Are you coming or not? I might have to go to the back to fetch it. Oh, got it. There we go. All right. I'll show you what I'm going to do with it. Got all those threads on the front. Come right to this spot. Pull out that bobbin thread. Always try to find spots that it's not going to show. Don't want to put it down yet. All right, here we go. if you notice, that's going to come right down to this line here. I didn't mention that before, but that's actually a line that you have a seam there. I don't, but you will. Now I'm going to hold this template very carefully so that when I get down here to the other end, I can cut all of those threads because I've gone over them. Yes, Megan.
What's the name of the light again?
I'm not sure it's on my website yet, but it will be soon because it just came back in. It is Daylight. It's by Daylight.
I asked because I couldn't remember.
Yeah.
Because you've got so many awesome lights around here. Oh, this has been a question. Thank you, Marcia, for bringing it back. A lot of them have asked, what color of thread or threads do you plan on using on your original color for this?
I'm going to use lavenders and pinks.
Oh, pinks. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I told them that it was probably going to be purples and blues. But...
Lavender and pink is
Okay.
what I'm going to be using. And I want you guys to know that the Pantone color for the year is called, this is for 2022, Very Perry. And I believe it's VERIPERI. It's obviously a periwinkle color. Ish. And that's why it's called Very Perry. They have also come out with a Pantone color. Megan's laughing because she can't believe I'm telling you this.
Oh, no, I believe you're not.
It's named for Tom Brady, and it's called Brady Blue. And if you're not familiar with Pantone, Pantone colors are like the colors that graphic artists, the palette that they use, so that when they are doing something, if they had to tell somebody, a long ways away what colors they use, well, it's Pantone number such and such or name such and such. And so, like when I had a sign made for my shop, I had to pick what Pantone color. My colors then were red, was a red and a royal blue, and I had to pick what those Pantone colors would be.
Carissa, I think I said that name right. Want to know the website? There's several that you can go to. I would love to drop them in the chat here, but YouTube's not letting me. So you can go to sewsteady.com. That's a website that's got lots of these templates and other awesome goodies. We've got Facebook pages, the Sew Steady Facebook page, All Things Quilting and Sewing with Donelle McAdams is another one. Westerly by me. And then Donelle has another website, sewbizmarian.com. So telling you those because I can't drop them all in here. I don't know why that's a YouTube policy, but sorry, guys.
Just when we're all getting used to the convenience of certain things, these social media platforms are changing everything up. After I do this one, I'm going to flip it over so you can see it. Well, get to the center of this. There we go. Always want to keep your threads out of the way. Now see, that looks like it's lined up, but it's actually almost 1/8 of an inch off. And that's why you want to make sure that you're looking for your lines there.
I love Fran's New Year's resolution. It's to learn how to do ruler work.
Well, there you
Fabulous way to start.
Yep.
And I think a lot of you have already put down that you want the oval set for your next purchase. So,
well, I will tell you that if you would have ever told me that I would have fallen in love with ruler work, I would have thought you were crazy, because I knew I could not free motion. I still can't free motion. That's why I say if you are a free motioner, because I'm not. I admire those who can, but I can't. And so definitely it's something to give it a try. But before you give it a try, watch that video that Megan told you about that's on the Sew Study page back on March 18th of 2020. I've got a thread right there that I'm going to have to dig out. Maybe it's not as bad as I thought. It got caught. Now, I said I'd show you the back side, even though I haven't got the last one.
Oh, good.
done.
I was going to say that was what they were asking for. Oh, it's so pretty.
You know what's fun about this is I could probably even use this back side as the right side, since I don't have piecing or whatever. I mean, I'll be same on the front, because when I iron my lines away, it'll look the same. So we've got one more to do.
Whoa. You were too fast at that. They couldn't see all of it.
Oh, okay.
Your quilting is getting bigger than our screen.
Well, yeah. So there's the little ovals. There's what our center is looking like. This is what this is looking like. And I've got one more here to do. All righty. I'm going to check my bobbin here. Oh, I still got quite a bit.
Now, while you have the grid glider so they can see it, I do know somebody asked a long time ago, and I'm sorry, I'm just now remembering. If the green glider or whatever color glider you have starts to get not sticky, what can they do?
Mine is needing it right now, because this is not sticky over here. You just take it in and to your sink and put warm water in the sink and just rinse this back and forth. I actually just put it under the faucet and rinse it back and forth. Hang it on the shower rod or the towel bar or something like that to let it dry. I just put it back on the wrong way, didn't I?
You did.
And once it's dry, which isn't very long, it will be ready to go again. And it will cling again. And I thought when mine got that way, I really didn't know that about it. And so when I found that out, that was great. So remember here, I'm finding the center. I'm putting this on this line right here. And then I'm just going ahead and marking the 8 lines and that center spot. Now you don't have to mark the whole thing, just enough to be able to line up.
I do remember somebody else asked, if they don't have the 8-point, can they use a 12-point to mark?
I'm not aware of a 12-point.
Okay, that was what was the question. So I didn't think there was one either, but I wasn't sure who asked
You'd need to use an 8-point is the basic one that comes with the like starter pack and stuff like that. But if you don't have an 8-point, I certainly would encourage you to get one, because it's the one we use the most. And the reason it would, well, in this case, when I go to the star, I've got an 8-point star, and it would have looked different. I won't say funny, but different to have used these others in 6 points. So,
And it doesn't matter, guys. I had this other question. If you've got the 8 inches or 8.5 inches or the 12,
and a half,
will work.
either one will work.
Oh, Connie, you are so organized. She says she's got a spreadsheet for all of her patterns, books, embroidery, all of that. Oh, goodness.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm trying to get, and I think we're going to be looking at that for the new year, is a chart, like a brochure type chart, that will have the templates in it so that you can check off which ones you've got. Because I know it's kind of hard to keep track of, all the things that you have and want and need. And, need is definitely. I'm going to stop right there and get this cut off because as you can see, it's starting to get caught in there. So I don't want that to happen. So I'm going to get those threads out of there and get them cut off. But I definitely try to keep hold of my template with that needle down. And like I said, if you wanted to, I like this with splitting it half and half, but if you wanted to do the whole thing with the large template, you could, or with the medium, you could. Get right back there and so in the new year, I'm going to be doing a lot of shows, the OSQE shows that are all over the country. I'm going to be doing an Atlanta show in March and a Lakeland show in March. Lakeland, Florida, Atlanta, Georgia. And I'm not sure which ones come next after that. But there are a lot of different shows that you can take classes at. Hopefully things will start opening back up. We're all hoping that, I know. All right. So we've got those finished. And now, Megan, we're ready for the stars.
Yay!
So we're going back to, I believe it's step 15. In each of the 4 corner stars, we're going to start in the center. Now, this is one that is so easy to do, but so difficult to try and explain. So hopefully my instruction here will make those instructions understandable. So we're going to start in the center, and I am going to be working to that one right back there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my straight edge here, and I'm going to aim it right there. Now, normally we would have put a 1/4 inch, our spacing gauge here, but I don't want to do that. I want the ruler on that spot right there. And I'm going to stitch to that line. So what I have set up here is that picture. There's the foot. I've lined this up and I'm going to stitch right to that line. So I'm holding this in place. When the thread goes on that line, I stop. I'm going to turn this now and I'm going to go right up to there. And when this touches over on that side, the shape we're going for is right here. Okay. So we've stitched to here. We're going to stitch up into there and back down to that line and then back to the center. So I'm going up. When I touch that over here, I'm lining this back up and I'm coming back down to that line. And then I can just take this way, and here I will have to measure my 1/4 inch. So let's move on to the next one. We got 8 of these to figure out on just this one side. So I'm back to the center. I'm going to go this way, and I'm pointing it to that line right there. I'm now lining it up here, and it's actually easier for me, but not for you to see. So I'm going to go this way because when this side touches that, that's when I stop. Just like that. I'm coming back down to this line. Coming back by measuring to the center. Now I'm going to turn it again so that you can see it better. I'm going to go out to that corner, stopping in the line. When this touches back there, that's 1/4 of an inch. Stop on this line, and for you, it's a seam. You guys have seams there. Measure my 1/4 of an inch and back into the center. I'm going to go on this side this time so that you can see it maybe even a little better. Turn this way. Stitch until my foot touches the line. Stitch until the stitch touches the line, and then back to the center. Come into this spot right here, so we're going to take this and turn it around. That is so short. You got to really watch what you're doing.
Okay, so they wanted to make sure you're stopping when the edge of the foot touches the line, right?
In some places.
Okay.
In some places, yep. I'll explain it many more times if I need to, but I'm going to go ahead and cut that thread out there.
And I think that was another question. How do you know when you cut your threads that they will stay? I think
because I've gone over it. I pulled it up and I've gone over it many times. All right, so now this is actually lined up with this line just by chance. And now I'm coming back to the center. Okay. I'm going to turn this way so you can see that I am putting this right against my foot and lining it up right on that corner. Okay. So I'm just going to sit this here so you can see that it's going right against that. Well, I guess I got to stand it up. And now when I stitch to the line, needle in the line. This time I'm going to stitch until this other side touches over there. So you can't see me looking clear around there, but that's what I'm doing to get it in that spot. So now when I put this here, I'm going to stitch until it touches the needle is in the line right there. And then I can go this way, or I could go this way back to center. It does not matter. I'm better with my template in my left hand. But I think this really works great for these star designs.
And if you remember, this one's actually pieced, so it looks really cool on the pieced one.
Yeah.
Like it's cool here, but it's really cool on the pieced one.
And she knows because I've got another project that I just designed that has bigger stars, and I use this same design for it. Now you saw me go back and forth a couple of times there so that it tacked it in, and I'll just go to the back and cut those threads off because it's tacked in place. But there's what it looks like inside my star. And of course you can't tell that star that much, but let me turn it over so you can see it there. Oh, she wants to give away some more stuff. All right. We can do that.
I had to wait till you got the star done.
There's 4 of these that go together. They don't go
Oh.
together, but they're going to go together.
Okay, well, good, because I didn't know.
Yeah.
That makes so much more sense.
So we got 4 little, I'm sure they're probably quarter yard cuts. These 2 go together and these 2 go together. You can use them however you want. And who's that going to go to?
You're picking.
I'm picking. Okay. Yep. All right, here we go. Close my eyes. Patrice Wiesner. Patrice Wiesner is the winner of those. Congratulations. We're going to have to step it up. We got lots of prizes yet, don't we?
That's why I was.
All right, I'll do one more star. Let's see where I'm going to do it. Like it matters. All right. Dead center. Pull up your thread. Well, what do you want me to do? I guess nothing. Whew. Like a cranky kid. Dead center. Pull these out of the way. We're going to line up towards that corner. Stitch till the needle is in the line or the seam in your case. Stitch back to the seam and stitch back to the center where we need to use a spacing gauge. You could come down here and do this one. You don't have to do them around. If they're more convenient to do in one particular, pass without having to move everything all over the place, do it. Just always remember in the center, you're using a spacing gauge. You might as well do this next one here, which means I'd have to go here. Line up with the corner. For those of you that are brand new, I believe I have this date correct. It's January 12th. I will be teaching an introduction class. It's a 2-hour class. It's free. And if you go to the events page, it may not be up yet, but I believe that's when that will be. So if you're new to this or you want to brush up on any of the things, that will be the one where we teach you how to put the foot on and all of that kind of stuff. So
there has been a question, are you doing any live shows in 2022?
Yeah, those shows that I was talking about are where you can go to them. The OSQE.
Are you going to be at all the OSQE?
I'm planning to be. I know some things are getting shut down, so I hope that doesn't happen, but I have committed to being at all of the OSQE shows. I know I can't tell you when things are, but I know there's one in Fredericksburg, Virginia, Raleigh, North Carolina, somewhere in Texas, Cincinnati.
You can be at Branson?
I don't believe I'm at Branson.
No, I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, I wish I were. There's also one in Cincinnati. It's actually Sharonville. one in the Cleveland area. Unfortunately, those shows stay pretty much on the eastern side of the country. Texas is about as far away as they go.
So if they want to look those up, is there a website they can go to?
Go to sewingexpo.com. And I think that probably Atlanta and Lakeland may have the class schedules up for those, but I don't think any farther than that has it yet. I could be wrong. Once you get onto this, you kind of just get lost in the journey. Right there. I'm almost, this is it. And I didn't realize I was all the way done. So right here in the center, I'm just going to do a couple straight rows back and forth, cut that thread, and then I'll go back and cut it off on the back. Now, because I want you to understand how to do all of the border, we are going to stop right there. We got this done. We got some other things to pick up, like I got this one in here, but I don't have it over there. But that doesn't mean I can't show you the border. So this is the border, okay? And this is that miter that we put on there. Now, the way I intend to finish mine is to bring the back to the front. So we have to plan for that right now. And if you don't want to bring the back to the front, you want to do an add-on binding, you're still going to do it the same way as I'm doing it, but you're going to be cutting off some edges.
You might want to move it so they can't see all of your border.
That should be better right there. Okay, so this is my border. It's been stitched on. It was 4 inches to start. So now it's 3 3/4. Okay, now what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to use my ruler and I'm going to count down 1, 2, 3 lines, which is 3/4, because I need to allow 3/4 of an inch. And I need to know where that's at. So when I'm doing my design, I will not be doing something that's going to get covered up later. So I'm just kind of going to do hash marks. Again, this is 3/4 of an inch up. When I get to that diagonal, I can stop. Now I should tell you where I'm at on here, so we are not lost. And we are at 25. So we are doing that marking 3/4 of an inch up. Megan, let's get another prize while I'm doing this.
I got this one.
Oh, heat press batting together. This is where you can take 2 of your pieces of batting and lay them side by side and just put a little bit of a hot iron to it. And you will be able to use like the leftover battings. I do this all the time because sometimes Megan has some quilts that she has quilted by the long armors. And when they come back, we have a good 10 or 12 inches on the sides that we then cut off before we finish them. And we can piece those back together and you will never feel the difference. Through the layers. if you zigzag them together like a lot of people do, you can feel that.
Are you ready for the winner?
Oh, yeah, I guess that's what we were doing, isn't it?
It's okay. They're all still getting, because there's kind of a delay on some, so it's totally fine. But I pulled up Lisa Parker.
Lisa
Woo!
Parker, you are the winner of Heat Press Batting Together. This is great for like if you got little scraps that you want to make, maybe a mug rug or, you know, something like that. Be sure to check out our All Things Quilting and Sewing with Donelle McAdams. That's a Facebook page. That's my personal page. And you will see some of those hints and tips on there because that's where we give those things out. All right, I can't remember what side I was doing, but I guess it would have been this side because that's where I've got 2 stars ready to go. All right, so now what are we going to do? Well, first of all, we are going to draw the center line here.
Ooh, before you get going, Jan wants to know with that heat press batting, can you use that to join fusible batting as well?
You know, you could on a side that doesn't fuse, but you'd have to be really careful, like have a pressing sheet underneath it. So I think you could figure it out. I really do. One more prize. Hand me another piece of fabric there. Ooh, I like that one.
I know, isn't it pretty?
This one is, if you like 30s fabric, you're really going to like this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces in there. And again, this is a motif fabric and kind of a 30s look. I've never really much cared for the 30s until lately. I'm like, oh, I wish I could have some 30s fabric I could make that with. So anyway, who's our winner, Megan?
Oh, I'm picking. Okay, hold on. Let's go.
She's giving that spinning wheel a big spin.
Yeah, it went real far. How about
where it stops, Megan?
I know. Janice Johnson.
Janice Johnson, you are the winner of that fabric. All right. We are on step number 26. Find the center and make a mark. So I found the center and I made a mark. Okay. Position the large oval as shown in the diagram. So this is my large oval. Want to have my stable tape down. And I have a center line right there. I knew I needed to leave those stickers out for a reason. So I'm going to find my ruler sticker. And if you aren't aware of ruler stickers, I know I'm kind of mentioned a while ago, they are actually repositionable. So you can take them off and reposition them if you need to. See how well I can do this with my left hand. All right, there's one. And I'm going to put one on the other side because I'm going to be using it quite a bit. And it goes right there. Okay. So now what I'm, yes, Megan.
Sorry. Amanda wants to know if they're using regular binding, how far from the border edge do you mark?
The same amount.
So it's still the same.
It's still the same amount, except when you're finished, you're going to cut off some of this. Whereas I'm just going to cut off right here on the edge where the border is. I mean, that wouldn't even be there because I drew mine on. So this wouldn't even be here. So you're going to use the same lines because otherwise the design's not going to work for you because it's based on this distance. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to line this line up, and that line up right there in the center. Okay. So now I need to start out in what I'm going to call the margin. Anything outside of that dashed line is margin. So I'm going to start down here and I'm going to go across. And I'm going to go in the margin and come back to the line. So I only did a couple stitches down because the whole idea of this is when I'm finished, my backing's going to come and cover that up like that. Okay, so I want to make sure I'm down far enough. So I've got that one. I move this down, line that up, down and back up to the line. Now, you have to understand, I have worked this design out for this spacing. It's not like you're going to be able to go and do that on any other spacing. All right, so we are going to move down, and we've got another complete one that here is going to work. So go past my line a little bit and back up to the line. And the next one you can see is going to go over. But that's where we're going to create this little guy right here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to get it lined up. I'm going to stitch out and past. And then what I'm going to do is I am going to turn this. I'm right back in the corner, the very corner. I'm going to turn this. We're going to turn this. And I'm going to measure this spot right there. See how that's 1/4 inch? So that's going to cross right on that line. So I'm going to go across here. I'm going to go a few stitches past the margin and back to the line. Keeping things laid out here. I didn't draw that line, so I'm going to draw it right now because we're hoping and praying that it'll come right to the center of our template. So I'm moving this over, lining that up. And when I move this, how close? Ooh, I'm a little bit off. I'm a little bit off. Don't know for sure how that happened, but here's how we correct it. Sew to the middle, stop, move it over to the middle, and come back down to get us back in the flow of where we want to be. And I know what quilters do. When you show this to somebody, you go, everything's perfect except right there. I had to correct that center. No one would ever know that if you didn't tell it. Now, because I don't have this corner quilted, I'm making sure that it's laying out there because I sure don't want it to not be able to be finished correctly. And I think this would be a good place for me to stop. Although, as you can see, I'm right in that corner and I'd be able to get right back on that flow. But I'm going to stop outside in that margin and go back to where I started. Remember, I'm pulling that thread up in my outer edge here. So what we've just done will take us down to 32, step 32. And what we're going to do is we're going to reposition, same template, right dead center here. Pull that thread up. And when you're doing this, you should be able to go all the way around and come back to the point. So you would come back and end here and then reposition up here. So I'm going to put that needle down there And I'm going to line up. This is much like your scallops when you're doing scallops with like the circle tool. Now, I'm going to give you some options on this.
Ooh, that's dangerous.
Options are dangerous. I am going to be using these two tools also, which is the other two ovals. And I'm going to be using this particular template, the 4-inch oval or arc, excuse me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to line that line up right on top of this right here. The only place it's not going to work is over there where I fudged. Now where I'm at right here, I'm going to take out this template and I'm going to either the small or the large standing up this way or both. I'm going to do both. And this is a way that you can do this. I call it using templates in tandem so that you can get this through there in one time. Now notice I'm lucky enough that that's right along this bottom line. I always look for something. It's also parallel right here that I don't need to really draw anything. Now you could stop at this and go back to the other one. I'm going to do both of the ovals. And this was something I think I thought of after I'd already done all my drawings. So it's probably not in the drawings. Now we need our big oval again, and mine just took a dive to the floor. Line up with the side here and this one here. Make sure you get it all pulled like it's supposed to be. And we're going to stitch over to here. And we're going to repeat the same thing. And this one is going to go up into the space of our star there. So you could be doing the same as this or just the lower one. Just the smaller one. I don't know why I said lower, but just the smaller one. They will both fit. Whatever you want to do. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do the smaller one here. And we'll do both of them in the corner. If I don't like it, guess what? I can always go back and put it in there. So that's there. And this is where I am going to show you a little trick. I got to get my templates so they don't all fall off. I'm going to turn this on point so you can see this. Again, I'm using that center line and I'm putting it right on this line and taking it straight up. That line is on the diagonal. And now I'm just going to stitch to this middle line. So I'm going to stitch right to there. I'm going to take my small template, my small oval. I'm going to line it up. Right back to that spot. I'm going to take my big one, not my big one, my medium. Line it up. While you're over there, Megan, you can get my sample of my mitering for the border, binding, excuse me. And now I'm going to take this and go straight up that line again to get over to this spot. So that's just my little connector to get us around there. And now we're back to the large template. lined up with the top and the top here. And this one just gets the small oval. And remember, it just by happenstance lines up right with our dot dash line.
Can you stop for a second and explain that pink tape?
Sure. This pink tape is called Embroidery Perfection Tape. I like it because it can be used over and over and over. Whereas if this had just Scotch tape on it, it's probably given up the ghost already. But this is Embroidery Perfection Tape, and it can be used for in the hoop embroidery where you have to tape down stabilizer or maybe a trim or a zipper or something like that. It doesn't leave any residue. It's very strong. So it's really a good, strong tape to use.
And you're using it because what's it cover? That was the main question.
Oh, this is my gate. I have to be able to have something to get in and out of my template. So it's my gate. It holds my gate in place.
When you normally get templates like that, they're just like a piece of
Scotch tape on it.
It's not very strong, but also you can't see it. So Donelle always replaces hers with pink tape. It's kind of better than painters or any other because it doesn't leave a residue.
And painter's tape doesn't hold very long, so this works really good. I've tried washi tape. I've tried all kinds of tapes, and this works the best.
Oh, Heidi wants to know, can you use it instead of a gate? No, you still need the gate because you need that wall.
You have to have the gate, yeah. All right, so here's where our center is. And remember, this one is a bit off. So we're going to correct it the same way as we did the other one. I'm going to sew to the middle, and then I'm going to move this back so that it'll come down in that spot. And I'll be doing that on both sides to make up for this. Now that's something that comes with just a little bit of practice. But here I stopped in the center and I want this to finish here. So I'm moving this over so it is 1/4 of an inch. And down I come into that area. Now nothing happens on this one. So we're just going to go on to the next over here. And I want this to be in the middle of that. And it looked like we're going to be good. That looks like that's right in the middle. So we're going to be right here. And I'm going to look over here and see. I've got over there, I've got 2 of them. Lost my arrow there on that tape. So we're going to take our small one first. And then our medium. And yes, this design is going wider than your border, but it's kind of pulling everything together. So now we need our large one. You guys are probably wondering, Boo Boo hasn't been back, but that's because I showed him the water spray bottle. He usually just takes showing him it. And then he just doesn't come back. He's pouting, but it's okay. Cats get over it after a while.
I think he's asleep.
Well, they've played pretty hard today.
Oh, Darlene wants to know what that green, and ours it's teal, but probably when it comes through it's green. Your 1/4 measure. I think she means the spacing gauge.
Yeah, this is a spacing gauge. They come clear, or they now come in different colors. The teal one I use because that way y'all can see what I'm doing.
And you know, I met with a lady when we this past fall, and she said someday I hope to be able to quilt without using that. That is not a handicap or anything. You need that
Yeah.
in order. And I had to explain that to her. She thought it was like a handicap or just for beginners.
No,
It's
no, no.
not.
It's not at all. Now, I really can't go on this way. I can do part of it, but I don't have the other one. So I'm going to just kind of do part of it, but because I don't have these going this way, I don't know where to stop when I'm moving it on. So I'm going to get my 4-inch arc. It's on that straight line. I'm moving it to the center. I'm getting my small one and I'm lining it up. Almost went 2 times, not sure why. Get my medium one. And that's where I'll be stopping for right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave my threads long enough so that I can bury them and restart at that spot. So that will get buried there. But that is the design. You can add to, take apart whatever you want. Let's see if we can get a pretty good size. Megan, can you pull that up a little bit before we give away some more prizes here? Let's pull this up so they can see. So this is where we started in the corner and worked our way around and stopped at this corner over here, which you would go on around. You saw how I worked that center to even that up so that we still stayed in the center there. We've done 2 here. You could have done 2 there. I did it in the corner. You can do another way if you want. I mean, it's totally, you know, whatever you want to do, how you want to work that. So let's look at it from the other side. So there's what we've got. I got a couple threads I'll cut off here. But I'm liking it. I'm hoping that you're liking it. Like I said, you know, mix and match, do things differently, use whatever template you want. This is just the design that I came up with for this particular star. Now, I am going to tell you how to do the edge, the binding. If you're going to do add-on binding, you're going to cut this off whatever distance from here that you plan your binding for. Okay, so if I was going to do add-on binding, I would leave 3/8 of an inch. Because when I add on my binding, I add it onto the front and flip it around to the back and I hand stitch the back. So it's totally up to you what you want to do with that. But I would be leaving beyond that line, I would be leaving 3/8 of an inch. Now, the way I'm going to do it, I will not have this extra, and I'm going to cut it off so you can see what I'm talking about. Because when I drew this, it was truly just for a drawing's purposes. So I'm just going to cut this right on that edge because that's the edge of that 4-inch piece. And then I would leave on here 3/4 of an inch. And I'm going to show you how I do this. Okay, so this is the tool that I use. And I have a sample right here, so we can go through it. So this would be how I have, this would be the edge of my quilt. Okay. I leave an 1.5 longer, an exact 1.5. So on this, I would need to measure the 1.5 and cut it. If we had a 1/2 square triangle or a flying goose out here in this area, we would leave a 1/2 inch batting beyond the edge of our quilt. And then from that edge, measure out an 1.5. And that would allow us to do our turning and not lose our points. Okay. So if you had a point in here that was a 1/4 inch from the edge, you leave a 1/2 inch extra batting all the way around. Now, after you cut this to an 1.5 inches, you're going to fold this in and press this all the way around. This has already been done. And then you're going to take the tool and you are going to use the corner of it to get the exact diagonal that you need to turn this so that you get a mitered corner. So right here, there's a line and here's a line. So I'm laying that right on those two sides there. And I've already drawn it so you can see it. So that line is drawn. And then I go back and where the fold crosses the line, I draw another little line. Because what you're going to do is turn this back. It kind of looks like what we did on our border, but it's not. We're going to turn it back so it's like that. And we want to put a pin through that exact spot. Now, it may make it on the other side and it may not. This one did, so everything is fine. But if it didn't, you would pull it off and get it in that same spot. Pull this down to the fabric and then hold it so that you can pin it back this way. And then after you have that pinned back that way, you're going to stitch it. So you're going to stitch only the half that has the fold. So I started right here. I stitched back to that point, clear down to here and back to the middle. So both those are back stitched, but don't go beyond that little drawn line there. Because after you've stitched that, you're going to cut this off 1/4 inch away. It will look like this. So that you'll have your seam right here, your 1/4 inch, and then you're going to cut it to the point. This is not stitched here. Okay, that's not stitched. So now it's ready to turn with a point turner and come out and be that perfect mitered corner. So then all we have to do is put the pins in place. You've got your mitered corner, and then I use a narrow zigzag all the way around that. And so that way you have used a self-binding. You can see this has already been quilted. We've used a self-binding from the back and made that very easy. So this is one of those things that I would not use this method on a quilt that I expected to last 100 years. But you know, there's a lot of quilts that we do that we definitely want to get them finished. Think about quilted projects. Think about a set of placemats. I'll have these corners done and all of this done while you're making the binding for that. So it just goes a whole lot faster. Do we have any questions on that, Megan?
Repeat the last step one more time. Somebody said you were out of the camera.
I'm sorry.
And I stepped away, so I'm sorry that I didn't catch that.
So this is the last step after you've pushed that through there. Let me turn it back to the step before. It was stitched from the spot in the fold over to this edge, and then we trim that off. And then all you have to do is take a point turner. Mine has been turned so many times it almost does it by itself. And then this just lays. See how this is 3/4 of an inch right there? That will just lay right back up on here with that perfect miter. And then you're just going to pin that in place. And I use a very narrow zigzag to go around here. You want to get one of the finished ones? What am I? This is what the what it comes like. This is available on my website and from many quilt stores across the country. And I want to show you, this is very well pictured. So everything is pictured so that you'll be able to follow just exactly what I was talking about. Here's one that's finished.
Bert asked a good question. How does this miter tool differ from the dual angle? Well, it's because it's a different angle.
Yeah.
This is where all that geometry comes in.
The dual angle was created after I did this, and this was way back in 2005. And so what happened is all of those quilts started coming out that were 6-sided and 8-sided. And so again, I had requests for, can you get us a tool for that? So the dual angle has 2 different angles, the octagon and the hexagon. And it's the same concept, but it's for those different angles. But I just wanted you to see that little zigzag, that narrow zigzag along there. And I just use it so it comes right along that edge. So thank you for getting that for me, Megan. So we are pretty much finished. I can't believe how close to time we are. We've got one more giveaway, and it is a book by Jason Yenter. And it is called Flora Graphics Batik Quilts. It's not a brand new book, I know that, but it has beautiful quilts in it, as you can see. And you don't have to do them in batiks, but there are some beautiful quilts in here. And so this is the whole batik category of what they've used. I love working with batiks. And if you've never worked with batiks, they're a good starting fabric for a beginner too, because they are tightly woven. So anyway, some really pretty quilts in here, nice and soft colors. So who's our winner on this? Our last giveaway. Oh, I'm going to be doing it, huh? All right, close my eyes, scroll it up. Rhonda Rodenberg. Donna Rodenberg. Donna Rodenberg, you are the winner of that book. So I want to thank everyone for joining us. I'm super excited that we were able to get through the quilts, pretty much finished. And if you have any questions, don't hesitate to send me an email. And those of you that were prize winners, please let us know your address by sending us an email, and we'll get those out to you. So thank you very much. Happy New Year to everyone. Enjoy the rest of the weekend, and we will see you next Saturday, not tomorrow night, but next Saturday.
And for those that maybe don't follow on the So Steady Facebook pages, where you will find us live.
You'll find us live at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, 3 p.m. Pacific Time on Saturday. So we're going to take tomorrow evening off and clean up the studio, and we'll see you in about 10 days. Bye, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Keep it going.